Acer Aspire 1 restarted last night. Had to be booted back up, and the self-signed TLS certificate of the peer map was already accepted, in the browser. So restarting the computer causes the browser to be required to be reopened, and the assault of feelings was at leave the password window open, and the speech that was being dictated, not dictated, but assaulted of, the narrative was that they were going to talk about the password today and how they couldn't use Control C, Control V with long files, and they couldn't use buildings with time slots because they were investigating, and they were a church that wanted to know how a password could work when you could record keystrokes and get typing patterns. Absolutely preposterous. Just massive ignorance. And the premise was that 25 years of salary was not justified because of that, and that nobody on earth should be paid in employment in any way unless they go to church. So, just so you know, I absolutely hate religion. And that's why. Because it's inclusion based, not accomplishment based justification, and it has early premise of wrongdoing. So I hope that they learn to leave me alone. I'm already certain that it's a very small portion of the population. It's certainly not in any of the company ownership or anything like that. And at the improved technologies, it's less and less because, again, it's inclusion based, not accomplishment based. Anyhow, so if that assault will end and stop trying to vicariously dictate the impoverished that they prophesize, those people that they dictate to be poor, that remain poor and two-sided and secretive because they don't deserve the money that they're given, they can get back to reality. And after explaining that they are assaulting me in my own home to try and force a narrative that isn't true in any way of me, other than that they stole and that the nation doesn't provide justice of it. Alright, I loaded the XYZ buff on Glance. That's why you're hearing all this, because before I was recording all this, I would just publish this website, and basically they don't understand what advertising is. They think they can just advertise nothing and get money. But I advertise this, and it has quite a few viewers and quite a few users, and every time I upgrade it, they act like they're doing it. And now that the recordings exist of me constantly complaining about not having proper employment and whatnot, all of their arguments are gone. But yeah, but anyhow, this improved substantially, and the latency is incredible, and everything's working good. So I'm going to continue working. When I did that last night, it only takes about 5 minutes. I was recorded all day, 8 to 10 hours of work, and then the 5 minutes is what just is everything to them. So anyhow, I want it to be known that they are not involved in anything that I do in any way, and I want them to stop trying to act like they're involved. I made a list of things that I need to do also, and I'm gonna go start coffee and get all that going, and then I'll be back to work on that. Now they're assaulting me, telling me that every female, I've been alone 14 years. Every female got upset and cut somebody. That there's not one female that can be pretty. Now they're saying, I just can't understand how Minda has no way to pay. That's the girlfriend that left 15 years ago, and it makes very much money. And they keep saying that. They've been saying that for 15 years now. You know, because they vicariously dictate all of these poor people in Mexico. And these stupid poor people think they're other people, right? And they keep doing bad things. This is what religion does. They go down there and do that. They call it a mission. But they do it to people that don't want it done to them, like me. And then they have some problem because they do something bad, and they come back here. They return here and assault me and persecute me to try and solve what to do with the people that they're dictating. You know, like that's what they do for fun. They don't have anything to do, so they go do that. Leave me alone. You know, and the whole thing is they're religious people. That means they did something wrong. So they can't talk about themselves. You know, 25 years of work, full time, 20% pay, 14 years alone. Now they're saying they command you except the charts are over you. What are you talking about? Yeah, charts store more memory than every person. Duh, that's the purpose of charts. Of course they're over you. What you can't remember all that. That's why you look at charts. That's what they do. Things like that to very, very ignorant people. To not talk about themselves. They're religious. You know, they're saying that's how we want it to be. So you want to separate the rich and the poor, right? That's your problem then. That you want to say, okay, the good people get the money and then they're not around the poor people. And then we do that to the poor people with the good people's stories or lives in order that the other poor people can't figure out how bad they are, right? The other religious people. But you don't want to pay me. And why don't you want to pay me? They're not to be trusted. You know, and this is what they do. Now they're saying, who the fuck would call it out like that? Because you know what they do. They try and go have sex with you and do the same thing and say that you owe them something for, what do they call it? like equal pleasure. Well, I just don't do it with them because they're terrible people. But that's how they are. And then they all start cutting each other. And then they say, oh yeah, you have to cut in order to get a salary. You have to cut someone. What? You think 100 million employed people are cutting each other? Then they turn into communists. They're horrible people. And what's this that I'm working on? With what that they would dictate. Oh, I'm gonna fix the memory. Something is using too much memory. Oh, they're gonna call it P-Prof. That's how bad they are to people. They start saying, oh, I can't pee. I can't pee now. Dry. It's all dry. What are you talking about? Why be that terrible? Because the program's named P-Prof? That's how horrible they are. Sexually. Stay out of work. Now they're saying we don't understand kitty. What are you talking about? Kidding? Like a child? Kitty? Like a cat? Like a baby cat? Kitty? Like keeping money in the kitty? These are all things that are common of American culture since 1950. How dare you say you don't understand kitty? It's all premised on people are bored sitting at home, so they have a cat. Now they're saying you be that prophetic. Because they're saying you need a dichotomy in everything. So if you're prophetic, if anything is pathetic, then the opposite must be prophetic. Because then they can go have sex about the word pro, which is a Russian situation, not even English, but they say it in English. They're horrible, horrible people. Now they're saying I hit the guy for that. And they think that gives them justification as a religion for constantly persecuting me about it. Why? I don't involve myself with any of you. Why do you think you have the right to do that to me? Now they're saying I did it too, David, but they're pronouncing two like the number two. And they're talking about the work that I do, saying that they did it too. How can you be serious? Now they're saying, I give up. We're that way to prove our relief. And your relief is 25 years of full-time work at 20% of market pay? Stop. Stop talking to me. Stop assaulting me. I don't want to hear you. Now they're saying, all right, fine, we didn't have Mavid here. And that somehow justifies 25 years of 20% pay. A word that's not even a word. Now they're saying, fine, cut a guy. That's how you know they're insane. Now they're saying we're the healthy way. That 100 million people in the United States earning a salary are cut a guy or the healthy way. Now they're saying, why defy Mavid? What are you talking about? You can't not pay someone for 25 years and then there be some way to pay someone and you pay them. That would require a slavery conviction of justice, because during the whole 25 years, everyone had gainful employment at the market salary. Now they're saying they were kidding me. That's what religious people do. They forsake identity. They try to keep you from getting any money. Then the moment they get an opportunity to get something else, they disappear. And then you're left there alone doing the same thing because you're already participating in it. Now they're saying pay your government to me. You know, a level of ignorance so great that they think individuals have governments. Now they're saying we wouldn't believe in shitpaw. What are you talking about? What does shitpaw have to do with 25 years of market salary not being paid? You know, I never traveled during practically that time because I was here working every day. What are you talking about? I didn't do anything wrong anywhere. And then you tell me all your problems. I don't care about your problems. You were bad there. That's your problem, not mine. But what does that have to do with the money? Why are you telling me this? I don't care. Now they're saying, why defeat me? That 100 million people in the United States earning the market salary are defeating them. Now they're saying, we hit you. Now they're saying, I do it for you. Now they're saying, why defy it to me? 25 years of 20% market pay. You are repeating the same thing and expecting different results. Now they're saying, why did he cut me then? I didn't cut you. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit that is how we are. You know, and then they're poor, they have no money, and they just die and no one cares. You know, like so many people in Latin America. I mean, think what the draw is here. Think what the. Oh yeah, it's cheaper to live. That's what they do to people. Now they're saying, well, he might actually cut me query managing. What are you talking about? Now they're saying your peers track is making the point. What peers track? I don't have any peers here. I've told you that. I have no friends here. I have no people that I involve myself with in any way. How could you possibly say that me naming a variable peers track has something to do with these people? Now they're saying I respect her to pay you. What? 25 years of 20% market pay and you're going to tell me you respect her to pay you? I don't even know who her is. Now it's a female voice saying, we're fair, you life me. What? Now they're saying we're hurting you. Now they're saying, I'm sorry about David to it. I don't care. The money is what I care about. Where is my money? Do you not understand me? These other people are going to be 50 years old, 60 years old, 70 years old, and they're going to have $5 million, $10 million, $15 million. Because they deserve that from work. You stole it from me. I don't care if you're sorry. You stole my career opportunity by slandering me. You know why the companies don't hire me? Because you go and dictate my life to these poor, ignorant people to hide how bad you are. I demand justice, a conviction. What religion will say they did that? Leave me alone or be right. I am not joining your religion. Stop dictating people with the work that I do. I don't know what you expect. I mean, what do you really expect me to do? These people are 50, 60, and 70 years old, and they have the money they deserve. What do you expect me to do that I don't? I mean, do you really think I wouldn't go to war to get the money I deserve? Why are you doing this to me? I'm not kidding. What do you expect me to do? When I'm 50, 60, 70 and I don't have the money. You need to understand, I am not joining your religion until every other person is already in it. If there's another person that has a free life, there's no possibility I'm going to join that before war. I'm not kidding. Who gets a job through religion? Who actually has a skill-based job and derives employment through religion? Now they're saying we need to be honest. We are baby to you. I'm not reproducing. I am not a baby. People are not baby to anyone. There's already a problem with paying me money because of the population. There are too many people already. I'm not making a baby. Stop telling me you're baby to me. There is no possible way I would make a baby and not be rich. Do you understand me? First, I would have the money first. You don't make a baby when you are poor. You don't make a baby to get money. You work to get money. Everything's already automated. If there was a need for babies, I would have money. I mean, if you don't understand that capitalists go to war with fascists, there's something wrong with you. You don't go join fascism to try to fix it. You specifically say that what they're doing is wrong, and you tell their people that they're ignorant and they're being dictated. You don't make up stories to help the fascists. It's the result of freedom of speech. Now they're saying, I didn't approve of your faith. What faith? In work? In employment? You don't approve of work? There's a different word for that. There's so much faith in work that there's a word called work. There's so much that there's actually a word called labor and a word called work. I mean, what are you talking about? Tell me I don't approve of your faith. Are you so ignorant that you don't understand the age of the word faith? Has some religion convinced you that you need, something new? Lied about that? You gonna go to church and tell the little boys and girls to have faith? And not explain what it actually is? Now they're saying we're fair, we're pissed off. And this is like a basic default thing they start talking about when you go to Russia and you learn that before humans had toilets, right? They peed outside, right? And then you learn that the snow is yellow or is white and nobody wants to see yellow snow, right? But there's an opportunity amongst religion and bad people to sexually exploit that and derive pleasure from it, right? And some people do. So if you go to Russia and you return and you didn't do anything wrong at all, you, for some reason, all of these religious people think they have the right to bother you about it and persecute you about it constantly. I don't want to hear it. I don't care that you're pissed off. And you know what they're doing. They say, I guess I'm sentencing you. No, what you're doing is you're dictating a bunch of poor people involved in your religion to try and make me mad and make me do something bad because I have to hear stupidity all the time. All because you don't want to talk about yourself because you did something bad. Leave me alone! You do not give up to me. I don't want you. Just leave me alone. Find something else to do. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit that we pay for it to make you fair to people. What? You're not paying me anything. You're not paying for it. You can't just say the pronoun it when approaching a conversation and expect there to be understanding of what you're talking about. You need to specify what it is that you're paying for. You're paying for me to be assaulted? That's war. You better not be paying for that. There better not be a marketplace where you can buy assaulting me. And you're certainly not paying me, so I don't know what you mean when you say you're paying for it. You know, these are the people that say, oh, yeah, we wanted to prove how technology is a failure of work by not paying Andrew, and anytime he would have had a chance at employment, going and bothering the people that would employ him so that they don't. Because our intention is to show that he'll try to build something and then fail. Then we can say, you see, other poor people in our religion, there is no purpose in trying with technology. All you'll do is fail. That's what they do. Now they're saying, well, Andrew, we don't pay for it sexually. What are you talking about? What is it? What is it? What the pronoun it that you're using in that sentence, what is it? What are you talking about? What does it refer to? Now they're saying, we're here, Kid Cudi. Watashi. What? That doesn't mean anything. There's no actual account or thing or person in my life that associates meaning to those words. Kid Cudi is some rapper. I don't care what that guy does. Watashi is a word in Japanese that has nothing to do with me. What is it that you're talking about? Now they're saying, I guess I am completely military. What? Now they're saying, Hara COVID. Now they're saying they're gangsters here. Now they're saying Minya Irving is delivering people. What? What are you talking about? Now they're saying I do that we're in Kitty here. Now they're saying it's Lisa White to me. Now they're saying we wouldn't believe in mandatory evacuation. What are you talking about? No one cares. I don't know what you don't understand. You have constitutional rights. You have a Fifth Amendment right. You can stay in your house during a hurricane if you want. Nobody cares if you die. The reasonable approach by all normal people is, hey, we don't want a bunch of dead people floating around when we get back. They say it's a mandatory evacuation. It's a hurricane area. It's an island. What are you talking about that you don't agree with or don't understand? Nobody cares. Stay here during the hurricane. No one really cares. Why would you? Are you taking care of infrastructure in the area? Is that your job? That's what people do. Why do you care? Why are you saying mandatory evacuation again and again and again? There are roads. There are cars. It is easy. There are storm detection systems that are jets and satellites around Earth that tell you where the storms are and where they're probably going. It's easy to get in your car and leave. The roads have enough lanes to allow everyone to leave at the same time. What are you talking about? Why do you keep saying mandatory evacuation? I mean, be completely realistic with it. You're not going to shoot somebody because they don't leave for a hurricane. It's much easier to pick up a dead body that's floating and drowned than it is to shoot someone. What's the argument? What is the discussion? Nobody wants to be a dead body floating around. So they leave. Why do you keep saying mandatory evacuation? Like, do you understand that there are people that are weak, incapable, incompetent, don't even have understanding of words, think crazy things? What are you talking about? Now they're saying I tried to order a Mexican to shoot someone. What? There's nobody that's living in Port Aransas that is a Mexican military general. Now they're saying, Linda, why did you tell me mandatory cutty? Now they're saying, I'm sorry, I guess I fare suicidal about it. Pay me website. Now they're saying, fine, I give up. I just pay for it to execute my apology. And what is it? Because you're not paying me. No one here has ever paid me. Now they're saying, fine, I give up, I favor you. What? That's not how accounting works. You do not favor me. There are no favors that I receive from anyone. And you know what they did here? HEB, the grocery store, made an app where you can deliver food to people, and it's called Favor. So they say, I favor you. When I tried to do that to make money, you make $40 a day. It's not even enough to pay for gas and tires and an oil change every month. Now they're saying in pay here or in David, we're so inward to you. Now they're saying, I don't care about website. You know, computer science. All of computer science employment practically. Now they're saying they're jealous of you, man. Jealous of 25 years of full-time work at 20% pay. How? How can you be jealous of me? Now they're saying, here we're pay Corey. No, you don't pay names. That's not how it works. You're not paid because of your name. Now they're saying, Leela, why did you do this to me? Now there's a vehicle running outside, like at a high idle. And they're telling me, that guy thinks he's paying it because he empties his car. Now they're saying we're privately embarrassing Minya Irving about it. I don't care. I don't want anything to do with any of you. Now they're saying, here we militant. Now they're saying, I just couldn't believe what happened. You know, like like somebody was persecuted and bothered enough to where he went out and shot somebody, and now they're repeating that to me. That's insanity. Horrible people. You know, after 25 years of paying 20%, they think this is what you do to people. Now they're saying, then come cut me. You know, and there's 100 million people in the United States employed at the market salary. That's more than what I did earn. And obviously now I'm not earning anything. Now they're saying, I didn't know why you had me cuddy. What? Now they're saying, I guess I really fee to debate you. I'm not debating. I don't want to hear you. You can't force someone to debate with you. That's involuntary servitude. You can't be serious that you need to know something. If the United States needs to know something, they create a subpoena and they do it in court with record and, you know, actual record of what happens. You can't say you need to know something. Now they're saying, come kill me, Cuddy. Now they're saying, do you understand I give up to you? No, I don't. You don't give anything to me. You are assaulting me. I'm telling you to stop. I told you I don't want to hear you. You're not going to say I give up to you and think that you're justifying assaulting me. I don't want to hear you. Now they're saying, I just can't approve of you. I don't care if you can or can't approve of me. I have constitutional rights. Your opinion means nothing to me. I don't care about your approval. I don't need your approval. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, so hit me. Now they're saying I didn't know what to do about me paying for it. You're not paying for anything. You're not paying me. No one's paying me. Now they're saying that's what watashi is to me. Now they're saying if we don't cut him, he won't say me. Now they're saying, what do we credit card me? Now they're saying we shouldn't have done what we were doing. Now they're fighting with me. Do you not understand? I'm not
associated or affiliated with any religion. If you did something, you did something. If this is a communist town, I'm not involved with it. I didn't do anything to anyone. Now they're saying, fine, well, cut me. Now they're saying, we're sorry that I did that to them, but I respect fee. What does that even mean? Now they're saying, I guess you really don't want to pay for it. True to see. What? This is why I want. This is why I'm working to create a company that is a technology company where people use a compiler and execute code in order to work. Because it makes them intelligent enough to understand that you can't just talk to yourself and understand everything. It is constant error if you do that. Now they're saying, fine, I'm just not paid to that. I don't care. I'm not involved with you. The industry is very large, very prominent, already existing. I don't care about you. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, we're making your point. Why did you serve me? I didn't serve you. I installed internet connection infrastructure and owned a company that provided internet service. I didn't serve you. After the hurricane, the customers refused to pay. In 2017, Hurricane Harvey. Everything was practically destroyed. I didn't serve you. if I am writing a server that serves socket connections by listening on a port, I am not serving you. Do you not understand that? If I sell you a product, like a car, the car is what you buy. The person that sold it to you is not forever bound to serving you. If you then go and buy gasoline and put it into the car, you're buying gasoline. You're paying for that gasoline. What they are serving you is a pump with a tank that you use yourself. They are not serving you. When you go to a restaurant and you have a waiter, they are literally serving you. When you connect to a server and you make a request and it sends a response, the server is serving you. If you don't want to pay for it, you can build it yourself and maintain the infrastructure yourself. Or you cannot use it. The same as a gas pump. Now they're saying we're religious about it. No, we're not. I am not religious about it. You may be, but there is no identified organization or person other than me. You're not going to say we're religious about it because I am not. Now they're saying, I'm sorry, we're kidding Devi. You know, a text editor named VI in the Russian word for like, yeah, all right, nice, what's next? Check it out, cool. Terrible people. Now they're saying, how can anyone service me by Cuddy? That's absolute insanity. Why are you assaulting me with this? Now they're saying, fine, I'm insane. Andrew doesn't want to be religious. You don't have any right to do that to me. Now he's saying, I military courts religiously. Now they're saying, we don't want you to pay for a healthy way to live. Now he's saying, fine, I can't fee you heresy pay. Now they're saying, I didn't know why Cuddy fared me on baby. Now they're saying, so why would anyone accept me Cuddy way? Now they're saying, we are just going to kill Lisa White for you. Now they're saying, we're religious about it. Now they're saying, I don't know what to do. I pay for it that way. Now they're saying, I didn't know why Cuddy was paying me. Hallelujah. Now they're saying Andrew cut me. No, I didn't. Now they're saying, Fi, I give up. They're delivering me gangster way. And now the car that's been idling, some ridiculous idol has driven away. Now they're saying, who the fuck would believe in Minda? She hasn't lived in this town in 15 years. You know, why do this to people? Now they're saying, I guess the court was just delivering the truth of Mexico. What? You think the truth of Mexico is two people 15 years ago? Now they're saying every time you court me, it's medical. What are they even talking about? I've never even been to any of these nations. Now they're saying we're talking about Joe DeC. No, they're not. They're literally talking about me. Then they're saying fair do the work to it. You know, what are you talking about? They have absolutely no possibility of comparable resolution in speech against typing. And then they're saying that work would kill everybody. Completely ridiculous. You know, that there aren't companies already existing that have data centers. You know, what are you talking about? That's just normal business. These people are that ignorant. And they're forcibly assaulting me to hear their stupidity. I don't want to hear it. Nothing of that was said has any value. I mean, how dare you say that's the work? Now they're saying, okay, look, that's what I did raping people. Now they're saying, please accept what we low about Beth. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Now they're saying I do that they pad. Now they're saying I guess I'm sinning for you to fee me. Now they're saying, okay, I give up. I just wanted to deliver you. Now they're saying I did it religiously. Now they're saying, okay, Caro. Now they're saying, why defy? Now they're saying, know that I Poe. Now they're saying, look, I was undercutting. Do you not understand? I don't care. I don't want to be involved with you in any way. Leave me alone. Stop bothering me. Now they're saying, we need you to know Mexico is deliverable. Now they're saying, we're Chinese to it. Now they're saying, I'm sorry for my beheading. Now they're saying, you better believe Andrew won't be this way without World War III. Now they're saying, David, I'm sorry. You're laughing at me for delivering the truth here. Now they're saying, we're pay watermelon. Now they're saying, fine, I give up. He won't even surrender to me, AI. Now they're saying, cut me, baby. Our fare you surrender. Now they're saying, well, okay, I don't want him to fee me. Now they're saying, why do they give up to me? Now they're saying, we're kidding. Andrew, we're only fee to Mexico. You know, like they're going down there and dictating. Now they're saying, we talk to you pay because you accept me military. No, I don't. I don't accept you at all. I'm telling you, I've never, ever agreed. I've never been in any participation with any of this. I've told you so many times to stop. Leave me alone. Now they're saying we're ready to accept me. Now they're saying, Haroku, David, how do I survive? Now they're saying, why would we be this way? Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, everybody just killed the guy for you. You know, 100 million employed people employed at the market salary, earning more money than I do. You know, of the last 25 years, and they're telling me that this all needs to happen because they all just killed the guy for me. So why were you not killing people for them? The 100 million people working, making money. Now they're saying we called it Cuddy. What are you talking about? Now they're saying, I guess it was just an insane court way. What court? What court record? Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, forgive me for everything. Why would I ever do that? Participate? Without justice? Forsake justice? Are you crazy? Leave me alone! Now they're saying you're Beth to me. Now they're saying he hit you. Now they're saying, Andrew, we're sorry, but this is what relieving testament is. 15 years they've been doing this to me. Every day. Unless I'm in the middle of a field somewhere where I can't hear it, or on a boat in the middle of the ocean, I hear this. And you're telling me Mark Zuckerberg doesn't need to relieve testament. He, obviously has enough money to avoid having to hear this. All these other people don't need to hear this. The 100 million people working, earning more money. And I am forced to? Now they're saying David cut Tashi. Now they're saying, read it and weep, baby, your credit cards to me. Now they're saying, okay, I'll pay for it the right way, Christian. Now they're saying, well, I guess you really don't believer me. Now they're saying, this is how we pay for it in service industry. Now they're saying, okay, we're health about you. Now you tell me what doctor will stand and say that's what health is. Now they're saying you're an inward. Now they're saying I killed the guy racially. Now they're saying we're sorry, but racially we're phi here. What does that even mean? Phi is a musical syllable used for the sharp of the fourth note in a scale. And it also serves as an abbreviation or part of common compound words according to Wiktionary. Dictionary.com, Merriam-Webster. Phi, the psalmization syllable used for the semitone between the fourth and fifth degrees of a scale. Merriam-Webster. Phi. Abbreviation, for instance. I don't understand you. You have enough words to explain yourself. Why are you trying to confuse? Now they're saying, why pay for it? Now they're saying the website truth is pay me or David cut me. Now they're saying we are semper fi to it. Now they're saying I'm so mad that this guy did that to me that I do it to pay for it. Anonymously, they're saying that. Now they're saying I shouldn't have done what I did religiously. Now they're saying, why the fuck are you paying me $100 million? Now they're saying, well, that's how life delivers people. Now they're saying, pay my AC. This all started happening, being heard, when I wrote this module. About an IP access control system for many operating systems and firewall APIs that works within your socket code. Go IPAC. (2022). What are they talking about? Pay my AC. Now they're saying, no, I didn't know. Yeah, I wrote it in Node.js also. Same library, same module, just in a different language. 2022. Now they say, we give up. We were delivering people. Now they're saying, we frustrate mandatory to prove my apology. Now they're saying, that's what we deliver people to. Now they're saying, Phi, I give up. He just didn't understand court to me. Which court? What record? Now I hear, I guess I'm just going to serve the military and pay to save me. Now they're saying over my dead body. Now they're saying we couldn't believe David to it. Now they're saying, would you ever forgive me? Anonymously. I've explained this already. Justice is simple. You should want justice. You should want that a court says what you did was wrong. You're being punished for it. That is forgiveness. If you think 25 years is going to be, oh yeah, I forgive you. No, it's not. Now they're saying we're Guatemala baby. Now they're saying I just couldn't believe heresy. So you're telling me you went to a religion and learned about their heresy, then you couldn't believe it, so you forcibly assaulted someone to try and make it their life so that you could believe it? Now they're saying we're Kid Cudi, man. Now they're saying, fine, I give up. We're not Kid Cudi. Now they're saying, I let the truth known that I should pay. Shoe is not a verb. Now they're saying that's how the English deliver. No, it's not. It's all English. I mean, you don't understand what Warsaw was. This is what Warsaw was. The level of intelligence they were dealing with. 1937 song about Russian Civil War, Tachanka.
Because right now, you'll get
Like
a standard oil change.
Look at. This is like all they knew. Chains, machine gun, young machine gunner. It's all in English. Now they're saying, well, you fucking faired the guy. What guy did I fair? What fucking? Now they're saying we're suicidal that you won't believe I pay. And now they're saying, I guess I was just persecuting to know what cut to do. Are you insane? Now they're saying that's how we love you. Now they're saying, I guess you're not kidding me. No, I'm not. I'm not kidding you. I've said that so many times. Why would I waste my time kidding you? Why would I care about that? I'm serious. Why would I spend my time trying to mind control you into learning how to work? Why would I care about you if you don't want to work and improve yourself? Why would I spend my time trying to help you? You know, I could understand that if I was wealthy and bored, right? But I'm not. Why do you think I'm kidding you? Now they're saying I serve the base. Now they're saying, look, they're Mexicans. Again, as I've already said, I'm 42 years old. In my whole life, all of my life, I have only been in Mexico in total, less than 6 weeks. Why are you telling me this? Now they're saying, come cut me. Now they're saying, hey, I fear that we're floating. I've been typing float 64, for the last, I don't know, minute or something. Why are you doing this to me? What are you floating on? What? Now they're saying, I'm sorry that I was cover you. Now they're saying Andrew didn't fucking care about me racially. What are you talking about? I don't care about you at all, any. 25 years of 20% market pay. I'm selling my house. It has been listed on the real estate market for many months. I am leaving. Why do you think I would care about you? Now, I hear nigh pay cutty. I don't care. I am not forsaking salary and freedom of speech for slavery. I am not going to lie for a bunch of money in lieu of being attacked if I tell the truth. That's called slavery. Now they're back to the counting, saying I'm 47 years old. I don't care. There's a reason that a system of justice exists. Now they're saying, ho, I do. We just pay religion. That's not true. Religious donations account for roughly 1% to 1.5% of total individual adjusted gross income in the United States. And you're going to tell me you just pay religion? How dare you? Now they're saying, hi do, I'm sorry, fare me court to it. Now they're saying this is how fair people are. Okay, Andrew, 547, I'm going to pay you, correct me. What? That's not how life works. You can't do that to people. That would end all college. There would be no purpose of going to college. Now they're saying, Pavid, I'm sorry, you're 24 to Mexicans. What? Now they're saying that's what it's like to hit me. you can go and kill the guy, but $47 million won't last that long. So I don't get a career. I don't get normal earnings and, all the Social Security earnings added to the IRA because the amount of money spent is less based on existing wealth and all of that. I don't get any of that because some religious group wanted to persecute a guy in Mexico and decided to not pay me because of that? That's insanity. I mean, think of what you're saying. Go kill a guy and be killed. Well, who would go do that? No, that would be terrorism and everything like that. That's insanity. Why would you do that to someone? Now they're saying their religion of it to prove that capital is relieving the Mexican society. No way! That's not possible. Why would I do that? Now they're saying, I'm sorry, but we didn't pay for it, and courts are that way. Who? Who didn't pay for it? Where do you get free things in society? Where do you go to get a free house? Where do you get free taxes? Where do you get free cars? Where do you get free food? Where is this place where you didn't pay for it? Now they're saying we don't watashi delivery. Why don't you stop assaulting people? I don't care. I don't want to hear you. Now they're saying, then fucking kill me if you don't want to get sick. Now they're saying they're therapy about it. Now they're saying, understand that we kill people every day to pay you a market salary. When did you do that? And why? 100 million people? Now they're saying, "Fi, I Jew it." Now they're saying, "Well, okay, I fear you're technical." Now they're saying, "I cut with it." Now they're saying, "I just couldn't believe that you were fair with me." I'm not with anyone. Now they're saying we didn't have correcting people. I'm not correcting people. In a capitalist society, we work and we sell products and services. If your product and service is correcting people, then that's what you work in. I'm not doing that. Why do you think I would want to correct people? Again, if I told you this already, rich and bored, then yeah, it might be interesting to go find someone that needs help and mentor them. But why are you telling me about you correcting people? I don't care. Think how resentful I am. Do you really think that I care? I mean, you have to be sincere about it. The kids that are going to college, that are going there to start their careers and make money, how can you possibly say that they have the opportunity to care about people? They're working to make money, to fulfill their careers, in order that they have the money in their bank accounts and in their stock accounts to survive. They're not there to care about people. What are you thinking? Now they're saying they fear the password. You know, it's absolute insanity. It's absolute insanity. If you think you care about people, why do you live in an area that's not poor? How are you helping people? Now they're saying warfare group increase portion. Are you serious? Why not say percent? Because 0 to 1 is not a percentage. Do you not understand that? Ratio, factor, portion. What's the difference? You need to read it anyway and understand it each time. Greater than 1, less than 1. Now they're saying I hit the guy to it. How can you be serious? Now they're saying pay me sexy. You don't just hit people when you don't understand something. It's very, very simple. If there's a real problem, the court will subpoena to find out why, and these people have the right to go in there and say nothing, or they can go in there and explain it. But you don't have the right to attack someone because you don't like what they sound like. You know, it's already a proven reality. Nobody's going to do the math of a base 100 when you can do just one number, and then you have a decimal, with IEEE 854 or whatever it is, 754, where you have some insane precision instead of 100. Why be that way? Why make this argument? Why waste my time? Why assault me with this stupidity? Why not go to college and learn what to do? Now they're saying, fine, I give up. I'm critical about, and they're saying a word that sounds like COVID and David and Pavid all at the same time. What are you talking about? Do you know there's 70 million YouTube channels? How dare you say something like that? Now they say, I resentfully admit that I'm just delivering cut to you. What are you talking about? Do you not know what the word reason is? Now they're saying, why fire people? And now they're saying, and there Linda respectfully delivers her apology. What are you talking about? I have never worked with a person named Linda in my life. Why are you telling me this? Now they're saying it's Cuddy to me. Now they're saying Andrew is truly paving the court delivery. No, I'm not. Now they're saying, what do you expect us to exonerate? What are you talking about? Now they're saying, we're why pay for you? Do you not understand capitalism? There are states. Each state has a capital. You know, capital is a word used in that way sometimes. That's one definition. Another definition is that it's money. You know, the difference between capitalism and communism is that you can leave the commune and use money somewhere else or make money somewhere else. Do you not understand that? You know, you can't have a socialist city because then it's just communist. It's stupid. You can have a socialist nation. That's what the Nazis were before they joined the Italians with the Japanese and became fascists. Now they're saying, I swear to God, I'm religion to a court here. Anonymously and without defining what court that is. Why assault me with this stupidity? I don't want to hear it. Now they're saying, you're our cover. No, I'm not. That would be involuntary servitude. Now they're saying, okay, now I approve of Minya. Now they're saying, I can't believe how insane the court deliveries are. What court? Now they're saying he's just paid to deliver people. Now they're saying, I teal you with religion and say he's going to approve baby because you sit there and work. You know, they're saying somebody's going to attack me and kill me because now they're going to make a baby to replace me because I want to work. Now they're saying, brother, understand World War III. Now they're saying, why would we pay website? Now they're saying, Andrew, I swear to God, I have you opening more to me. You know, like Moses level of stupidity. Now they're saying, yeah, that's what they do to kid here. Now they're saying, fine, kill me, inward crat. Now they're saying, I fear you're directing me. Now they're saying, then why coup? Now they're saying, do you not approve of me dictating? Now they're saying, Andrew, cut me, man. I surrender to you. So you're going to make 100 million people cut you. Or you're going to say, I should approve of you taking all my money through 25 years, but not theirs? You think I'm going to cut you and get involved in secret, classified trouble with you? Are you crazy? You think I'm going to forsake the courts and justice by cutting you? Now they're saying, I swear to God, Andrew, that's what they deliver fee. What are you talking about? I'm not involved with anyone named Fee. I don't know what you're talking about. How are the other 100 million people employed and working not involved in this? And why am I forcibly involved in this? Now they're saying, when I say fee, I mean that Lisa cut me. What does that have to do with me? Now they're saying, I'm sorry, I deliver people to a court baby. Now they're saying, I don't understand why I can't assault people constantly. Now they're saying, I just couldn't believe in mandatory. Now they're saying I didn't know why to pay you. Now they're saying, fine, I'll believe watermelon. Now they're saying I couldn't believe what data did to me. Now they're saying if you baby, then we deliver people. Well, what are you, a nurse delivering babies? And now they're saying, and that is how it was to data. Now they're saying, Andrew, please just cut me. Now they're saying that'll be the end of me. Do you think I care? Now they're saying, hey, innervate me. Now they're saying, I do this for everyone to understand why this happened. No explanation of this. Now they're saying they're resolute. Now they're saying officer down. Now they're saying the court sentences me to you won't help the officers. Now they're saying they're insane about you delivering me. Now they're saying Denver I do. I made it open to no phi or why. Now they're saying, are you fucking kidding me, baby? Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, I surrender. I'm kidding you to pay Corey. Now they're saying, what are we supposed to say that we didn't pay money? Where? Where is this place where you get free homes and free cars and free food? Where is this place that is transacting business and exchanging products and services without money? Now they're saying, brother, I give up. We cut a guy to you. Now they're saying, I do, I fied David, he did break. Now they're saying, I'm sorry for what I deliver. Now they're saying Andrew Amsterdam. Now they're saying, I guess he doesn't give two fucks about it. Now they're saying we're fine pay for it delivery. We're fi at keyboard, they're saying. Now they're saying we're fi to cut the guy delivery. Now they're saying, Andrew, I paid for it to fee you. Now they're saying, I couldn't believe you cut me. I didn't cut anyone. Now they're saying we're privately embarrassed by you in religion. Why do you care? I'm leaving. Why keep assaulting me with your stupidity? Now they're saying I just couldn't believe that I was demonstrating Martin. Now they're saying, I guess I am just underneath you working. Now they're saying, I didn't want you to pay me. Do you not understand that telling someone you don't want them to pay you is absurd? You're saying you don't have the right to work. You're saying Mark Zuckerberg has the right to work, but you don't. That if you work enough to build something that deserves to employ people, that because you sound the way you do, you don't have the right to do that. No way. Now they're saying I didn't believe I was Irving you or serving you. I don't want to hear you. Now they're saying we're fair the website. What are you talking about? Now they're saying, there's no regional website. Now they're saying, brother, I'm sorry that I demonstrated it. Now they're saying, I couldn't believe what happened to you. This is the purpose of a subpoena. To ensure that the court documents what's happening. You can't just anonymously persecute someone. Now they're saying I did fair you Cuddy. Now they're saying, if he won't stop, I'll pay the court to masturbate. Now they're saying, Cuddy, deliver me. Would he really do this to me? Do what? Now they're saying that's why we cut her, Andrew. Now they're saying I'm just over you. Now they're saying, I get it, Andrew, you don't want to hear Betty. I don't even know anyone named Betty. Now they're saying I fair he producted. Now they're saying, okay, they're Joe. Now they're saying, okay, that'll end all of our bellivery. Now they're saying, you people are completely insane. I give up to her. They stab me. Now they're saying, I give up. If you're ready to kill us, now they're saying, I did it for you. COVID won't pay that guy. You know, the 100 million people get normal jobs and normal savings and no involvement with insane people that can't even do business anymore. And they did it for me because I get to work with a guy that can't work with anybody else. And they say, oh, they pay more money. But the truth is, 25 years, 20%. I never did anything like that. And those people that have normal market earnings are going to have $10 million or more. Do you understand that? That's more than you can spend. If you have $10 million at 10%, do you realize that $1 million in the stock market at 10% earnings is $100,000 every single year? If you take $100,000 out of the stock market every year, you're going to pay $50,000 more or less in taxes because you're going to be in the highest tax bracket. You're not going to spend much more than that unless you have very much more than that. Much, much more than that. Well, I don't understand. What are you spending your money on? Why would you spend your money individually when you can invest it in a company, have an expense account, spend your time and activities working, and provide employment to people that aren't as intelligent and will gain intelligence from working? Why? Why would I want to participate in anything of I did it for you regarding that sort of setup? That would be to forsake the evolution of civilization. Why would I do that? Idiots. Now they're saying, I'm sorry that I did that instead of work respectfully. Leave me alone! Now they're saying, so that's how light belivers people. What court precedent in what nation uses those English words in that way? Why are you assaulting me with this stupidity? I mean, is it all of this because of a blister? Can you not handle that the Russian pronunciation of blister has some different meaning? Is that why you're telling me about the light? What are you telling me here? I don't care. Stop. Now they're saying we are the stupidest delivery available. Why do you think you have the right to assault someone and force them to hear this? Now they're saying we're fair, your president. I am not. Now they're saying, fine, deliver me. No! That's involuntary servitude. I'm not going to deliver you. I'm not responsible for you. I don't need to take care of you. Now they're driving around in cars with open headers, making it sound like I do die 350. And then the assault that I'm hearing says, I'd pay you 400 grand. And the appraised value of my house is $450,000. And that's it. So now they're trying to say that somehow in time, of all the decades and everything, that the $350,000 is appropriate because of the 350 engine from Chevrolet. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Now they're saying Andrew Pavid cut me. You know, that there's no real estate market in the United States, that it's all communism and insanity like that. You can't be serious. Now they're saying, we're making your point motorcycle. What are you talking about? Now they're saying, there, I'll deliver it to Fair Ovary. Now they're saying, stop kidding me. Now they're saying, Andrew, I'm really sorry, but we're magistrate of you. Now they're saying, we were socially accepting kid to Lisa White. Now they're saying, fine, military. Now they're saying, how the fuck do we survive? Now they're saying, you made her believe in the baby Tory. Now they're saying, every time you do it, I fate you. Now they're saying, so that's who we are in court to fee. Now they're saying, we're racially paving a fee. Now they're saying, Andrew, we cut the guy. Now they're saying, Doe, deliver me to court. Now they're saying, I surrender. I didn't know why to pay you. Now they're saying, this is how insane these people are. Now they're saying, we're fair, they're Democrats. Now they're saying horosovid. Now they're saying I fair you'd fee for it. Now they're saying I resentfully admit we deliver people. Now they're saying kill us all. Now they're saying, "Fi, I didn't know what to do." Now they're saying, "Nigh pay IP." Now they're saying, "Haro sin." Now they're saying, "Okay, I'll deliver you." Now they're saying, "I won't demonstrate a coup to you testifying." Now they're saying they're religious about commanding serving. Now they're Woroshi. Now they're saying this is how they paid for it rightfully. Now they're saying, "Brother, we don't want you over Cody." Now they're saying, "We surrender, we have cut the guy too many times." Now they're saying, "I give up, man. I'll service you correctly." Now they're saying we plea court the guy. Now it's a female voice saying, "Thanks for having me." Now they're saying that motherfucker is paid in me. Now they're saying, I suggest that you accept they're over me. Now they're saying, I'll stop killing people for you. Stop assaulting me. I don't want to hear you. Leave me alone. Now they're saying you're completely a fool for me. Now they're saying, I'm sorry that I believe in sexuality. Now they're saying, I dare you, Germany. Now they're saying, I guess I was being good to hit the guy. Now they're saying, I didn't know what to do, man. Why be baby to it? Do you not understand? Stop assaulting me. I don't want to hear you. Leave me alone. I'm not being baby to anything. Leave me alone. Now they're saying Haroshi. Now they're saying, I surrender, there isn't court precedent. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit that I hit the guy to pay millions of dollars. I mean, think what I'm being forced to hear. Google's revenue each year is over $400 billion. Just Google. A company with only 250,000 employees. Over $400 billion. And I'm being told I did it to hit some guy to pay millions of dollars. Forcibly assaulted to hear this stupidity. Now they're saying we didn't get over military. Now they're saying, I surrender. I didn't know what to do about it. What are you talking about? Now they're saying, we fare your tax-e. I don't care. Now they're saying, I give up. We just wanted to feed the court to you. We're religion therapy. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, Nido, I don't want you over me. I don't care if you want me or not. I don't want you. Leave me alone. I have the right to work and build any company that anyone else did. I don't care about your ranking or your insanity of wanting me. I don't want you. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, we're the government. No, you're not. Now they're saying, we give up. We killed a guy to pay for the internet. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit Devoy is too fair to me. Now they're saying, what would you do, misery? Now they're saying, understand you pay me. No, I don't. Now they're saying, I give up to you masturbating. What are you talking about? I am not masturbating. I am not doing anything. I'm working. Are you saying masturbating? 2 words? I'm not trying to bait you. I don't want anything to do with you. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, I do. I'm so mad that you won't pay me and be in court with me. Now they're saying I'm too upset that David cut me a racial way. Now they're saying, you know, their kidding faded. Now they're saying, I'm sorry that you pay for it truthfully. Why deliver me that kind of salute? What are you talking about? Now they're saying, I sentenced her to it. And this is what terrible people love to do. They love to say, oh yeah, two nations are at war because when that person lived in this nation, they sentenced them to this. And you say, what court? What court case? Tell me what court. Tell me what court case. Show me the court case where this happened. Show me the record. And of course they never have it because it's a lie, but they do it to continue to dictate and ruin the person trying to work. Now they're saying, okay, fine, I'm just being delivery. Now they're saying this is how we war to sinning. Now they're saying if I don't cut her, she will accept Europe as debatey. Debatey. Now they're saying, well, I just cut her to pay you a market salary. Now they're saying, "Fi, I didn't want them over me." Now they're saying, "I true that you're at war." Now they're saying it is that way. It's been that way in my house in Texas since 15 years. Now they're saying, are you capable of delivering mandatory evacuation? Again. Now they're saying, here, you're Jesus. Now they're saying, I remember you rightfully. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit that I'm just delivering Cuddy to you. Now they're saying, in China, I have to pay the Mexican. Now they're saying, I am just delivering you to why I don't go out there. What are you talking about? There's no one anywhere in any nation that talks this much. No one has a conversation with people that's this insane and broad and just constant and non-stop stupidity. No one does that. I've already been there. No one does that. People don't do that. It's miserable. Now they're saying that's how they are in court delivery. Now they're saying, I'll resentfully admit defeat and pay for it 40. Now they're saying, we're I do, man, we're Cuddy. Now they're saying we couldn't fucking believe the Mexicans were capable of it. Of what? Now they're saying they're excrement. Now they're saying I'm in court here. Now they're saying, look, Andrew, I do cut you. Now they're saying, fine, you're David to me. Now they're saying, that's what I'm telling you. When it's finally quiet, he works and it's insanity. You can't be serious. Do you not understand that you're saying you're going to assault me constantly to prevent me from building and having what Mark Zuckerberg has, what Sergey Brin has? Why are you going to do that to me? That is war. You can't just bother someone constantly to prevent them from working because you think they're going to do better than you. Now they're saying I call it COVID. Now they're saying it is what we do. No, it isn't. It literally isn't what you do. Now they're saying, why defy? They're all up now. So 100 million people are all what you call up. Together. Because of some computer telling them what to do. Are you insane? Now they're saying this is how military technology delivers you. Now they're saying, brother, just kill me. These are the stories I pay for. What a disgrace. Now they're saying, "Fie, Andrew, I believe you're rightfully abominating celebrity." Now they're saying, "What would you do, Mary?" Now they're saying, "Baby, are you courting me?" Now they're saying, "I give up to her African." Now they're saying, "Fare me Leela, I do." Now they're saying, "Fie, Andrew, I innervate the courts to you." Now they're saying, "You have heresy." Now they're saying, "Fie, Andrew, I'll get over my sorority." Now they're saying, "I did pay you 100 million." Now they're saying, "Fine, Andrew, cut me." Now they're saying, "Dari, I give up." I don't even know anyone named Dari. Or Leela. Now they're saying, Andrew, this is how we pay for everyone. Now they're saying, why would I pay that password? Now they're saying, have her star E. Now they're saying they made the point, cut her or respect her. Now they're saying I didn't know I was paying or fading for it. Now they're saying I resentfully admit that this is her approval of you. Now they're saying I can't understand working every day. They're saying I service the truth. Cuddy hit the guy and I fee. Now they're saying kill me, Satan. Now they're saying, why would you do it for me? Now they're saying that's what officer is to me. You know, they're literally trying to say that there's no working people that are independent and free anywhere. That there's 100 million people working, and they're all part of some organization that lets them work in order that they don't need to kill someone for working. It's preposterous. They're all independent and free. Now they're saying cover that's just proving it. Now they're saying, why in the fuck do you upstate me? Now they're saying, okay, there I admit heresy. Now they're saying, are you truly over me? Now they're saying, we'll tie this way. Now they're saying the court makes the point that that's how we true it. Now they're saying David cut me here. Now they're saying I couldn't actively deliver COVID to you. Now they're saying you're medically intolerant. Now they're saying, "I surrender, I didn't have the truth of it." Now they're saying, so what are you even talking about? The payway or the baby? It sounds the same. Now they're saying, okay, man, I guess I was feeding the truth of me. Now they're saying, why surrender me? Now they're saying they do not accept me delivering you to the truth of technical David. What are you talking about? There are companies. Why are you talking about such stupidity? Now they're saying he cut me there. Now they're saying, are you 45 to me? Now they're saying, I fear they deliver you. Now they're saying he does not believe in you. I don't care. Do you understand that? I do not care. Now they're saying, I guess I was so fair that I was delivering you to court to me. Now they're saying, I can't believe you want to fee me for it. Now they're saying, I couldn't believe how mandatory evacuation were. Now they're saying Joanna cut me to it. Now they're saying I'm religion of you. Now they're saying, why in the fuck are you kidding me? Now they're saying I'm 37 years old. What do I say? Now they're saying they're investigating truth to Martin Luther King. Now they're saying we didn't believe you were saving people. Now they're saying I resentfully admit that he doesn't care about faith. Why be such an idiot? Who says I have faith in work? I mean, do you not understand that that word is so old and from such a time that they didn't even have truth? You know, they'd sit there and argue because they didn't know what truth actually was. Like, they literally didn't have a way to measure and determine reality. You know, there was no atomic understanding of matter. It was all just, well, maybe. Until, Niels Bohr. That's what that word is describing. What are you telling me? You have faith that someone's going to give you money and take care of you? Okay, I don't care about you. If you have faith in a sugar daddy or a sugar mama, I don't care. It's impractical. It's not sustainable. It's not realistic. I do not care. Do you not understand? I am not part of your religion. Leave me alone. Don't bother me. Now they're saying, I'm really sorry they paid you on that belief. What did they pay me? When did they pay me? Now they're saying, I'm talking about future tense. Do you think I care? Leave me alone. Now they're saying, we're pay your guilty amscray. What? What does that mean? Now they're saying, you better believe our COVID is fighting with me. I'm not involved in any of that. Why do you think I care? Now they're saying, will you bitter me? It's ridiculous. Now they're saying, Andrew, we don't want to be up to you. What are you talking about? I'm not going to do something wrong to prevent myself from having a high rank of freedom because of something you want or don't want. Leave me alone. Now they're saying marry me. No! That's not possible. Now they're saying, I couldn't believe you didn't want me to freer you. Now they're saying, then I'm sorry, Mexican. Now they're saying, I'm in pay delivery. Now they're saying, we proved the point, we made them strong enough to hang. Now they're saying, by daw, I'm sorry. Now they're saying, I give up, Andrew. I didn't have it. Now they're saying, we resentfully admit Davoy. Now they're saying, well, what did you want me to pay you? Now they're saying, I just couldn't believe why it happened. Now they're saying, I'm sorry, pay the point. Now they're saying Corey gave up to me. Now they're saying I'm done, I'm fading. Now they're saying Warashi. Now they're saying I can't believe I pay for internet is my whole delivery. Stop assaulting me. I don't care. I don't want to hear you. Now they're saying, then pay for me. Now they're saying I couldn't believe I was so far under you that I had to accept beef or pay for it. Now they're saying, Divine Andrew, I'm delivering you. Now they're saying, I did it to pay the piper. Now they're saying, understand, fee me. Now they're saying, I couldn't believe what I was up against. Now they're saying, I did not know that it was therapy. Now they're saying, fine, I give up. We're Herschel Walker to you. Now they're saying, why would you be so fucking fair? What are you talking about? There are 100 million people working in careers at market salary. What's the difference? Now they're saying, fine, we Democrat you. What are you talking about? Now they're saying, I just can't stand when people deliver people. I don't care. I don't want to hear about your obfuscation via the word stand regarding anger or some sort of military force that you're not even a part of, while being exploited in possibility of that to the ignorant. I don't want to hear about it. I don't want to hear about any of this. I do not care. Now they're saying, well, we pay Corey to prove that you didn't pay for it. Save me. Now they're saying, we are kidding your motorcycle. I don't have a motorcycle. Now they're saying, I give up a long time ago. Now they're saying, we were absolutely horrified that you would accelerate the truth of me. Now they're saying, I'm kidding the army to you. I'm saving the court system. Now they're saying, I can't believe that Jaime selected me. Now they're saying he doesn't even care about our pay. Now they're saying you're bouncing around. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit defeat. Now they're saying, we're COVID to it. Now they're saying, what do I deliver to Minya? Now they're saying, okay, you're 27 to me. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit I didn't want to obey orders to medical something enactment. Now they're saying they're Washington. Now they're saying, I didn't want you to know you're over it truly. Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, chew me. Now they're saying, I resentfully admit that they can't cuddy. Now they're saying he's trying to tell you that he truly wants you over it and we don't. Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, give up the truth to baby. Now they're saying I couldn't believe what they were doing for me. Now they're saying this is just a terrible salute to me. Now they're saying he doesn't want to hear people connecting to him. No one's connecting to me. And I certainly don't want to hear them. Now they're saying, Phi, I kiss her. Now they're saying we gave up to Marta. Now they're saying I made the point, if you don't deliver people, they won't save you. Now they're saying I pay your Mexican. Now they're saying defy officer down, he prove it. Now they're saying that is just a Mexican way. Now they're saying I'm appalled that they would defeat European technology. Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, you're court to me. Now they're saying, who in the fuck would pay for it? Now they're saying I fare their chemical. Now they're saying, fie, Andrew, if you don't salute me, I'm gonna cut you. Now they're saying, why did you defeat me? Now they're saying, you're a heretic to me. Now they're saying I didn't believe it worked that way. Now they're saying I service the pay here. Now they're saying I just didn't approve of it. Now they're saying, Andrew, I give up, man. I delivered you. Now they're saying, I fear your judgment fee. Now they're saying, why pay for it? Now they're saying we're opposite. Now they're saying I did it to pay you database. They're saying, fine, I couldn't fucking stand your behavioral salute. Now they're saying, fine, then Andrew, deliver me to why you would pay for Minya. How do you not understand career, school? How do you not understand these things? Now they're saying someone's got to deliver me. Now they're saying, here I fare, we're productive. I don't want to hear any of it. I want to listen to a song that's music that I bought and paid for and not hear a bunch of other nonsense. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. Now they're saying we're with Tekken. How can you be that stupid? Did you really quit working because you think people are bashing on buttons to get you to have an impossible situation while they're remote controlling the computer that you own? Why would you do that to people? Why would you ruin people's minds just because they're ignorant? They're still learning. Why not let them work in peace and quiet so they can become intelligent enough to survive without needing your help? Now they're saying, I demonstrate my pay to you. How? I mean, are you really telling me that people go to college and learn a skill and gain employment for that? That in college they're teaching you, you need to go around and quietly dictate to all the people that were controlling their computer with the video game Tekken to prevent them from working. And that's why the companies are going to pay you. Why be that stupid? Now they're saying, I fair argument. I don't want to argue with you. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to hear you. Leave me alone. Now they're saying, oh, pay Acer. Now they're saying, well, that's who they are to kid her. That's not possible. The burden would be too great. If there was a huge company, or a company of nominal size, that was spending its profit on kidding people, the price difference between its competitors and that organization would be so vastly different that the market wouldn't make sense. And that would be the end of capitalism and the creation of fascism. Why are you telling me this? It would make more sense for that organization to stop trying to participate in a capitalist market and say that they are a fascist organization that is dictating those people. Because there would be no value proposition to the people that do care about their money. Now they're saying, I'm sorry I didn't approve of delivery. Now they're saying, anonymously, I guess you know, man, I'll accept court to it. Anonymously, who would tell somebody that? Who cares about you if you're anonymous? Now they're saying, fine, I give up. You have the right way to pay for it. Now they're saying, and that's how it delivered me. Now they're saying we live here. Now they're saying I fare communist to me. That's shitpo. But what are you talking about? You live here, so you're only going to pay the people that live here, even though you're paying most of the money that you spend on things that aren't made here. And you absolutely need the possibility to work somewhere else that's called skills and college degrees, all that whole system of education to have skills in order that you can switch jobs in a career. What are you telling me? You live here. You don't make anything here. There's nothing made here. Everything that you spend money on is from somewhere else. What relevance does that have? Now they're saying, I fear they're cutting me. Now they're saying, what the fuck do I have to do to pay for it? Now they're saying, do you really pay for Minda? Haro shit, I didn't know what to do. Now they're saying, fine, Andrew, I'll fucking deliver people. Now they're saying, what was I supposed to do? I don't want to hear any of this. This is insanity. It's not related to anything. Stop assaulting me. Now they're saying, hit me. Now they're saying, so that's what it's like, California. Now they're saying, I give up, Andrew. I didn't want it to fee me. Now they're saying, if they're that fucking crazy, shoot a guy or shoo the guy. It sounds the same. Now they're saying, fine, I shouldn't have delivered Andrew. Now they're saying we're testifying to a delivery. Now they're saying, why the fuck are you in Satan? Now they're saying, fair, I believe you. Now they're saying we're amscray to it. Haro da. Now they're saying, "Fie, Andrew, I'll survey me." Now they're saying, "Please accept court delivery." Now they're saying I didn't have any understanding of baby. "15 years of constant assault." Now they're telling me, anonymously, if you don't need to hear it truthfully, sentence me inward. Now they're saying, we fire people to me. Now they're saying that's what we bray. Now they're saying I give up. I'm a sentence away from Cuddy. Now they're saying I guess he is gonna kill me. Now they're saying we accept the truth. The state won't serve me. Now they're saying, okay, man, I truly kid the guy. Now they're saying they're truly inward plural. I just want you to approve of me. Now they're saying all I do is pay for it truly. Now they're saying I don't know what innervate means. Now they're saying we just couldn't believe Andrew Hodel. Now they're telling me she will not stop until Cuddy returns her money, and that they're delivering people, and that I'm required to serve them, and if I kill them, I'll get a felony and be part of the United States Army. And that's the only way that states exist, because they're saving bad people. Now they're saying I deliver the truth of Cuddy yesterday. Now they're saying, I'm sorry, I envy you for IP technical debate. Now they're saying, you're Cyclops. I do, they're helping Martin. Now they're saying, if they don't make the point as registering you as a sex offender, we're kidding right. Now they're saying, I thought I'd service you cutting me. Now they're saying, Phi, I give up. I didn't know it was Jodeci. Now they're saying, then hit me, annual. Now they're saying, David, deliver me. Andrew won't forgive me. Now they're saying, I'm masturbation. Now they're saying, that is our relief of you. Now they're saying, Phi, do it for me. Now they're saying, Phi, excrement. Now they're saying, what do I actually pay for? Now they're saying, she just wants you to pay for it. Now they're saying, well then, all right, everybody, I'll be a Jesuit. Now they're saying, why deliver me to a Mexican? Now they're saying, Andrew, I'm kidding up to you. I just couldn't accept the way we would be. Now they're saying, I swear to God they will do this until you attack me. Anonymously.
It's horrible.
Now they're telling me they're going to assault you and not pay you until we pay for it. Or you attack us, which, would mean there's no Supreme Court, that, every state would just do that to every other state. It's ridiculous, non-capitalist. I guess I need to say this for the who knows how many times. I am relaying the assault that I am being forced to hear in order that it is documented. I do not want to hear it in my private residence. back at it tomorrow morning.
Looks like all that group sizing and selection is working.